Okay. Okay. Plan is to get started here in just a moment. You arrived. That's good. But yeah, my plan for today is going to probably be mostly zomboid rat racing, and then followed by maybe a little bit of variety afterwards. We'll see. It depends. Depends exactly how we feel, kind of thing. But twill be's one of those kinds of days where I've got a kind of a goal where I want to go, and we'll see if we can hit it, kind of deal. Joss, let's get to the zomboid. Okay, I already. There we go. You're curious about the new backpack. You forgot about it earlier. What new backpack? You mean in your run, or the one that they've added because of 47 or four? What is it? A build 42.7. I haven't really looked very much at build 42.7. There's a craftable backpack. There've been some hide craftable backpacks already. Did they like? I'll have a look and see. But they've had a hide craftable backpack, knapsack, satchel for a while. Is it different? I'll find out here in a moment because I remember the craftable one. It was like it was neat. I had a look at one point. No, Wiggins is loading in. All right, let's see. No, same one. Is it called something else? This is the same one. Bag maybe. This one? Hide sling bag? I remember they said they added in a bunch of garbage bag clothes, and the biggest thing that I seen that they added in was twine shoes. So now it requires level 1 tailoring, but you can make twine shoes. The only problem that I have with that is that it requires level 1 tailoring. This is a should give no XP and shouldn't cost a level, in my opinion. Because imagine if you load in with no tailoring, level 0 tailoring, you'll be scratching up your feet a bunch. Or what's the point in them, you know? So hopefully they change that. Because it's a good idea, but at this, like, for early games, so like if you're starting a primitive section, but it's not taking into account the fact that um what if you load in with no tailoring? Yeah, so they should definitely, for those twine shoes, they should make it 0 and give it 0 XP. You don't get XP for crafting them, and but you can make them right away. Because that's the trade-off. That they're there as just feet wraps for the beginning. That's my thoughts on it. Because it should, yes, in theory they should take, like, from a logical standpoint, yes, weaving yourself a pair of shoes is not necessarily something that is it's kind of complicated, sort of, but really, I mean, you're just wrapping the twine around your feet. Like, I mean, maybe it's not as complicated as all that, you know. And it's not meant to be like super duper, like the best shoes, the military, like rivaling the military boots. And yes, you can make arguments that okay, well, but what if you get to, you can attack zombies, but at that point the zombies have shoes, so you can just wear the zombie shoes. So like, what's the point, you know? From a standpoint of primitive, it needs to be cost 0, you know. But that's just that's the first thing that I wanted to look at was the what that required. And 5 twine is fair. It's just that yeah, in my opinion, it should be 0 and cost 0. they should speed up the crop growth. I mean, we can change that in sandbox options, but I understand exactly where you're coming from. It's ridiculous to be expected to live as long as the veterans do, especially, you know. But perhaps maybe they're thinking longer term than we are in terms of other things, like taking care of our crops. But I do know that they added in some new craftables, like, for example, there's apparently a new kiln, the Dome Kiln, which is for, I can't remember, it's for making coke coal. Yeah, what's that's the big one. If I had to so far, if I out of any nitpicks, if I was given one of the big ones would be adjust the twine shoes to be level 0. They give no XP, but you can make them right away so that there's no so you don't need to have sower, because essentially you need sower to start then. And let's say somebody wants to do a primitive start, but they don't know that. Well, you know, they'd be screwed. What am I doing? And how's my weight? 81 going down. Is there a fish here? All that time you have to put in. I don't mind them being worse in primitive stage, but as time goes on, you make them better and better. Like, you know what I mean? It's hard to determine that as well with early game levels versus high level maintenance later on, right? Because if you compare the current, like my current character's maintenance level to like a fresh character, your tools aren't going to last as long comparatively, right? But when you get to higher levels of maintenance, there is a higher chance that you'll be able to do it. Plus, they've got to balance things out for both the beginner players and they've got to balance them out for the veterans to a degree. But remember, the veterans will always kind of be much more capable than folks that start fresh. Okay, let's see. But that goes without saying anyways, because it's like, I mean, obviously the veterans are going to have more experience. They're veterans. That is stating the obvious. But once again, it's one of the things that I can't help but do sometimes. Hopefully you're having a good day, Cookie. I'm having a good day. I got to watch Emma finish Pirate Yakuza today, so that's pretty hype. There we go. Alright, should be able to function for a little while at the very least. Yeah, they should definitely, I don't know, it's hard because sharpness exists now as well, and sharpness plays in a little bit into things, and there's a lot more formula stuff going on at the moment that's making things a little bit more weird. And also some of the crafting recipes definitely need a relook. Like, for example, the primitive saw, which I understand their whole mental capacity behind not wanting that saw to be they don't want it to be too strong, right? Because then you just only ever make that one. But they could balance that out by having it be very brittle and it breaking after like a couple of uses, so that players will seek out better saws, right? That's how you balance it out, is by giving things condition and then having the condition wear. At that point, it doesn't matter. Exactly. But like they're trying to balance it to a degree. At the end of the day, the PZ character will always be a glass cannon, no matter what. Like, you could give the PZ character some really, really good armor and everything, but all it takes is one hit, right? One hit, and then that's it. They're done. So, like, one bad hit, I mean, like, you know, one with the Nox virus. Basically, yeah. Or in Higgins' case, it was a scratch. It's, you know, 7%. But, for example, that primitive saw is not able to make planks, and it wasn't able to... So it's not the primitive saw. It's called the flint saw. It's not able to make planks, and it's not able to, you know, dismantle furniture. Yet it can create this. Isn't that a sawed log? Just saying. Like, why can it create that, which is a flat surface? And if that's and if the argument is, well, oh, but the law is the saw is actually not sawing it. It's just you're placing the log down. Well, then why can't I place the log down without the saw? Why do I need the saw? Give me a reason why that saw is necessary. It really is not if it doesn't saw planks and it doesn't dismantle, or like one or the other. Like, give one of those functions. Those are the functions of a saw. Those are two things that I don't quite agree with. But then, like, I mean, once again, those are opinions, and maybe they have their reasons. But once again, like, those are few things. I love the game as a whole, obviously. I very much love this game. It's so good. Like, there's so much you can do. There's so much progression. And I'm looking forward to the progress that's going to happen. Like, I can see the potential. There's a lot of potential there. Well, we'll see. We'll see as time goes on. Love this game very much. Seems like quiet too. You've got lots of things, lots of fruits. The flint saw can be used to make traps once you have planks. So planks that you create via the large branch, which you can already do with carving and a knife. Once again, proving my point that the flint saw is essentially just a harder to make, more difficult flint knife than an actual saw. So it's not a saw. It shouldn't be called a saw. It should be called the large flint knife that gives you axe experience for some reason. Why does it give you axe experience? It's a large flint knife, clearly. Is what it is. It does the same functionality as the knives. Actually, I'd argue the knives are better because they're more durable. It's the same as the cleaver. I'll give you that. Cleaver's better, though, because it lasts longer. Better durability. That's not good. My volume is clearly mismatched. Flint cleaver. Yeah, you know what? Let's call it that from now on. That's essentially what it is. Flint cleaver. They could rename it that, and that would be probably more palatable than flint saw, but you would see a huge decline in its craft. Well, I mean, not that folks, because I was excited to craft it when I first seen it, because I'm like, oh, cool, this will give me a temporary saw for a short time. Obviously, it's probably going to be crap, is what I thought. Like, I thought, well, it's going to be garbage. It's going to be a garbage saw. But it ended up being not a saw at all. Maybe they're deciding to change it at some point, or at least give it some functionality. Ooh, the symmetry. Hey, symmetry. How goes the zombie killing? It's going pretty good. Symmetry. Hopefully you're having a good day. Oh dear. Everybody's rating me at once. What the heck? Irat, I thought that you were busy. You were just doing stuff. Weren't like I was watching you science away and enjoying the patch kind of. I think you're probably in agreement with me on the twine shoes a little bit though. We'll discuss it in a moment. I'll do my intro-y thing, but I do very much appreciate the raid. Thank you. So, twine shoes should give you no XP. First off, they should give you no XP, and they should be worth tailoring 0, not tailoring 1. Yes, I know the idea of weaving yourself a pair of shoes is maybe more complicated. Maybe that's what they were going for. But wrapping twine around your feet to keep your feet safe is not complicated. So in my opinion, the twine shoes should be worth 0 tailoring. They shouldn't be worth 1. Because they're, if you're starting a primitive start and in the middle of nowhere, there's no zombies around, you got to get yourself tailoring 1. How the heck are you getting tailoring 1? That's not happening. You have to come in with sewer? That's dumb, in my opinion. Now, of course, that's the argument, is that you can come in with sewer, though. Yeah, but what if you don't know that, first off? Secondly, what if you don't want to? What if you're trying to do like a primitive start, like no trait bonuses, like you're trying to build like a cave person, like slow learner. Maybe you're going in for a full RP, like it should be You've concluded that the level 0 is a 1-year-old human. I don't even think that. I think that maybe less. Because I don't know. Yeah, it's just weird. But that's one of my thoughts. That was my first thing that I looked at when I very first looked at the patch. I'm like, ooh, twine shoes. And then I went and seen, and I was like, oh no, that's been done wrong in my opinion. That said, though, I haven't really looked too deeply at everything else. So I've looked at the dome kiln. I've looked over the patch notes in a swath. Like I haven't deep delved them or anything. I did read them though. Like the garbage bag clothes, the other primitive clothes, which is good. Like I think that's a solid change. But we'll see. They mentioned trapping with, like, which is interesting to me. They must intend to have the models interact with the trapping system somehow. I'm curious how that's going to work entirely. don't know, sensitivity feels really high for some reason. I might need to look into that, because that could be a problem later. Let's back off. But yeah. Apparently cave people are skilled metal workers and survivalists. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. It's so weird. But yes, thank you again for the raid. I do very much appreciate you. Shout out for Rat for sure, because Rat's great. And Temetry is awesome too. They're both amazing. But Chos, it's yeah, the twined shoes thing is weird to me. I hope they fix that. Like I said, it should give you 0 XP, but at least with twined shoes being the cost of, because 1 second though, what else we've not, or what I didn't look at was to craft the wooden rod, it costs level 1 carving as well, right? Which I know level 1 carving's not very hard to get. Like, it's really easy to kind of just really quickly do level 1 carving. But you need level 1 carving in order to then be able to make twine, right? So, and then you need five uses of twine, which is not too difficult to get. 5 uses is 1 spool. So, like I said, this is not hard. But you also need the recipe. They're like, this specifically, the twine footwear should not need a recipe. I don't mind it needing a flat surface, although that doesn't make sense in my head, because you know, you just wrap the twine around your feet. Simple, right? It's not complicated. It's not science or anything. Making actual, like, maybe they could make these ones like an upgraded version that requires tailoring and all of that, but like twine foot wraps, like just something quick, because, you know, load in with a character that has no shoes, spawns in the middle of the wilderness, doesn't have zombies around, no tailoring. What do? How are you supposed to train your tailoring? Your feet are going to get scratched up within the first few minutes. Because Project Zomboid characters have baby soft feet. Like, absolutely super soft feet. Like, even if I take off my shoes right now, like, within moments, my feet will get scratched. You need some kind of footwear. It's just required. And to just assume that there's going to be zombies all the time is not necessarily... Because think about it like this. Yes, zombies are a big part of Project Zomboid. Yeah, you need almost level 1 in every single skill in order to do anything useful. And it just doesn't quite make sense for some things, right? When you really sit down and think about it. From a gameplay standpoint, not a technical standpoint or a realism standpoint, but from a gameplay standpoint, what happens if you drop a character in the middle of the woods with there's no zombies? Let's say we turned off the zombies because we want to do a realistic playthrough. Because let's face it, zombies are fantasy and they're not realistic. So let's remove the zombies. No zombies in my playthrough. Okay, then what? Well, now there's no zombies. That means there's no zombies to get tailoring off of, which means no more clothes unless you go into looted buildings. Now, if you're trying to do like an actual wilderness survival playthrough, well, then what? You got no way to level. Actually, that's false. There is one way to level. Through foraging. You gotta forage up clothing, and you gotta forage up sheets. Somehow, you gotta forage those things up. Not just forage these relatively rare items out of the other pools of items, but you also have to do that while constantly fishing up dirty rags, cleaning them, and then bandaging your feet. Because that's what you're going to be needing to be doing for the entirety of your early game. Constantly fishing up dirty rags, cleaning the dirty rags, and bandaging your feet, because your feet are going to bleed out. Which, I mean, I guess you could just bleed out your feet and then that would be fine. But you'd be walking pretty slow, wandering around, right? Which is not really fun for anyone. But then again, I guess perhaps maybe playing this game as a primitive style realism survival sim was not... It wouldn't be within the realm of of the scope of the game, right? But I don't know. Seems like that's what they're kind of going for with all of the primitive to metalworking to, like, you know what I mean? Like they've got the trees are all there. Eventually, we'll see. It's one of those things where we'll see. Like I mentioned before, there are new shoes made with rags. Rag shoes? Where? I'm only seeing the twine shoes. Is there anything else? Because these require level 1 tailoring and a recipe. Now, arguably, that recipe could unlock from level 1 tailoring. Like, if you... Maybe. But you... Lots of new clothes with rags? Are they not visible recipes? Because they should be visible. Even if I don't have them, see? Because of the learned recipes. Search wrap. Oh, so these ones, but they require a needle. Or a pointy tool of some kind. I guess you could use a rock. So are these are your choices then? The foot wraps? That still requires you to go fishing. And if you... So... I guess this could work. I didn't see these, so I'll rescind my previous comments. I didn't see these as an option. You need a needle? No, you don't. You need any pointy object, which means you can use an all stone bone or an all stone all. Yeah, so I'll take back those comments I said about the twine. To be honest, though, the twine footwear is still useless because why would you bother making these? What's the purpose in these versus these? Are these slightly more durable than these? Maybe. Maybe there is purpose behind it. I don't know. But yeah, I didn't see this recipe, and for that I'll apologize. So I didn't see the cloth foot wraps recipe. But yeah, having those is it's important to have something that's available, right? It has discomfort. Armor is only to be worn temporarily. It's not meant to be worn as a primary like thing that you keep on all the time. You're supposed to wear armor briefly to protect you in cases where you think you're going to get flanked. So like interiors of buildings, stuff like that. That's when I would wear full kitted armor. And then from there, you can... It's not because it causes neck strain. It's because it causes discomfort, which causes unhappiness. Unhappiness being an indirect mood debuff applying to your action speed. The first level unhappiness is not terrible, but like, I mean, and you can get rid of it fairly quickly by washing yourself. But that said, it is not good to have unhappiness. But yeah, I didn't see those foot wraps, so I definitely I owe the devs an apology on that, because I did not see the foot wraps. I did not know. That said, though, I still am not happy about the saw. It's because I made that saw with all hopes and dreams, and like my other saw is like nearly gonna break, so it's like... There's more Oh no, it broke. My mouse sensitivity is oddly high and it's weird for me. Have you found tongs? Tons. But then again, I have access to the gated community, which has access to a lot of fireplaces. Currently, the thing that's holding me back is not having a metalworking punch. But if I can find and or make one of those chisel sets, then it should be fun. I should be able to make a punch now? Okay. Did the recipe, because last time I looked at the recipe for the punch, it was requiring a heading tool, which in turn required something else. I can't remember. It was windy though, and I didn't want to work on it right then. Oh, they changed the recipes. Nice. Okay, cool. So then that's good. See, they do pay attention, and they are trying their very best. You know, some things are gonna slip through the cracks, and that's gonna happen. But they are doing the best they can. I still believe. But it's one of the reasons why I voice my constructive criticisms while also, you know, praising the game where it deserves, like it as well. You know, don't want people to think that I don't dislike the game. At all, not even a little bit. I don't think any of us do. We're all very much speaking from places of passion. It's one of our favorite games, without question. Yeah, I'll definitely have a look. The tongs are still a blocker, though. But you can craft the wooden tongs, can't you? The wooden tongs are a good temporary. I think. And if not, then you can make the vice grips, can't you? Or like the metal, those metal ones. I need to go back now anyway, so we'll go and have a look at stuff. I'm keen to try the new dome kiln. That's one of the things that I'm looking forward to, because I like the idea of making coke coal and better coal and stuff. Although, and then the fact that they finally have separated steel and iron, that so iron and steel now make two different things. So they're their own thing now. They're not no longer is iron steel and steel iron. They're separate. Which is good. Can't make the metal tongs until you get the metal tongs. Let me have a look, because last I looked, there was a route, but it was a pain in the ass. Unless they reverted and the route's gone now. Let me get back to my little area, and I'll have a look. You need the metal tongs to make the better forge, which then can make you the better stuff. Do you need to make the better forge now? Because it's not the advanced forge, it'd just be forge. Be the simple forge, right? For the wooden bucket, maybe? No. The primitive forge doesn't have tongs. I need to have a look, I really do. Because that way I can see what's going on. Why do I have to live all the way on the other side of the gated community? For safety purposes. That's why I live on the other side of the gated community. Is in the event that I drive something in the future that my home is far, far away. But still a long walk. It's like an in-game hour's worth of walking. Yeah, I know. I could make a second base. My plan is to make a second base in the church. That's because the church is is an outpost. It's one of the outposts that I need to unlock, right? So my plan is that I'm going to turn the church into the new base, and then I can mark it as our goal. But for now, let's see. And this bag actually has moved up, isn't it? I think so. But I don't remember. Okay. Let's have a look. Okay, so I was able to skip directly over the primitive forge because you don't need to make the primitive forge if you have enough you can just skip it. Or not forge, furnace. Because you can go for the primitive furnace Or you can just skip directly to this if you have the stone blocks, the Mason's Trowel. Mason's Trowel is easy to get, and I think you can craft one now. So yeah, you can skip direct. You don't need this. This is unless you don't want to wait, I guess. So I skip directly to this, which they've added in some ingots, which is cool. Ceramic bar molds. Oh, do we make the bars here now? Iron bloom. Interesting. 12 forks can make a ingot. I wonder if the broken tools can now be used. All of this can be used. You can use the simple wooden tongs to create. Okay. So to craft the tongs specifically, you need a heading tool and a metal punch, which requires a punch chip set. Which I can't craft. Not with this particular thing. Maybe I can craft it in the crafting menu? Punch. No. What about the chisel set? No. So we can't do anything in either of those two menus as far as I can see. And this is just specifically ingots and bloom, I guess. Crushed ore. Copper ore into scrap. Okay, let's have a look at you again. Okay, so I can't make the punch because I need the chip set or the punch, right? Am I missing something here? The punch is not available. Neither of these. I can't make either of these. Do I need an upgraded version of this forge in order to do it? So I got to focus on upgrading the forge then. Which in order to upgrade the forge, you need to have... So you can make iron bands like this one. Can you make the small ones with wooden tongs? You can. You need the tongs to cast the anvil. Do you need the tongs to cast the anvil? Metal tongs? Yes. You need the metal tongs to cast the anvil. Okay. Metal tongs to cast the anvil. Am I missing where the punch is? Because I don't think... So the small punch and chisel set and the metal punch... It's not there. It says 1. It says 1 out of 0. What about the small... So this is what's holding it back right here, is this? I think. Let's double check. Because you need the heading tool in order to produce... And you can use the wooden tongs here to produce the heading tool, assuming that you've hit this. You need the next tier of the forge in order to make... But you need metal tongs to make it. And then You need a small punch and chisel set or a metal working punch in order to create this tool. So this is the tool that's holding it all back right here. It's the heading tool, which is being held back by the metal working punch. You can make the metal working punch in the next tier. But so it's in the next tier to be created, but I can't do it because I need it in order to craft this tier. Like in order to make the heading tool, in order to make the tongs, which and then will allow me to. You can make it in the next tier of Forge. Yeah, okay, but it's not helping me currently, right? Like, because I have this tier of Forge, right? I don't have the upgraded tier of Forge, which means that. Yeah, no, I know I can. I'm not looking for that though. Because I'm looking for if we're able to do it without. I'm thinking ahead. If in the next playthrough I don't get so lucky and I don't get metal tongs, or if somebody else doesn't have metal tongs, what can they do? That's what I'm thinking right now, right? So if you don't happen to have the luck that I have in the current one, where you found a pair of metal tongs in a furnace, what can you do? Well, I mean, I can make a metal. I can like I have the ability to skip this step because I have the metal tongs. But what if you don't? So, because it's just like the shoes thing, right? The twine shoes, before I knew about the feet wraps, the twine shoes seemed like a bad idea, kind of, to me. Because, well, I mean, they require a full level of tailoring. But finding out that the feet wraps exist, what is it? Is it foot wraps? Yeah, these. Finding out that these exist, but I mean, you need a chipstone, like kind of, because you need either a bone needle or a stone awl. Which I mean, the stone awl, if I remember right, it requires a recipe. Doesn't it get auto learned though eventually? Um, or anything that's pointy. Forge needle, brass needle, bone needle, all. When was I able to make the bone needle? Level 4 carving. Interesting. Yeah. Well, so you're blocked by the tongs. However, you need a trait to know the needle recipe. You mean it's not auto learn after a certain level of carving? But yeah, it would seem that without these tongs, you would need a metalworking punch and a heading tool, which you need the metalworking punch in order to produce the heading tool. You also need the metalworking punch to make the tongs in the first place. So literally the only thing holding this back isn't the tongs themselves. It's not being able to make this early. Or at least the small punch and chisel set. If you could make this, you could make a pair of tongs. This right here holds it back. Cuz yes, it can be made in the upgraded version, but it doesn't help us now when it's part of the recipe for the first thing, right? I need this in order to upgrade that to that. So yeah, this is required. We're being held by that. Because if I had a heading tool, yeah, it's the same thing, right? Because then you need both. You can make the metalworking tool with which one? You mean this one? Yeah, you can switch this one to wooden tongs, but it still requires the metalworking punch. And because the punch is not accessible, that is the problem. If the punch was accessible, you could make the heading tool. You just grind spoons until you hit level 1 metalworking. Then you could make yourself a punch. You could make yourself a heading tool. And then you would have the punch, the heading tool, and then you just need a few more bars, and bam, you've got your powerful pair of tongs that you made yourself. You meant that it requires wooden tongs at the tier 2? Like, really? Maybe that's because it wasn't put in the right section. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's in the wrong section. Maybe it was supposed to be in the primitive forge, but it was it put in the
Something
wrong
for me?
spot. Hey. Hey, I'm kidding. It's not Retnaru. Wait, it's something for me? I appreciate the tip. The $6 from not Retnaru. Do appreciate you. Not Retnaru tipped me, and Rhett wants to know who it is. Enjoy your witch hunt there, Rhett. Yeah, I have a lot of the tools already. Like I have a metalworking chisel and tongs, and I actually have more than one pair of tongs. Not Retnaru. But yeah, I think if that's definitely it. They probably just put that in the wrong section. That's all. It's just a mistake. That's all. It's probably supposed to be in the primitive forge. All right, let's go and have a nap. Do sincerely appreciate the tip, though. It was very kind. And they still haven't gotten us the metal tools. I mean, they've kind of gotten us the metal tools, though. I mean, they're there. Sure, we need to kind of go and they up the chance of looting things. Doesn't help from a primitive perspective, though. Eventually, we'll be at that stage where we're able to kind of just make things from day one from scratch. But you know, they're working on it. You need like carving level 4 or some kind of recipe. I suppose for the feet wraps, they could just make chipped stone an option as well. Like, but I get the idea of poking holes, I guess, in the cloth to make it like tie together or something. Thank you for the wellness. Just wait for my panic to go down. Hello. Did I have a good rest and dinner and spend time with Emma? Yeah, I did all those things. I had a nice vegetable stir fry, and I spent some time with Emma. And Emma and me, or Emma and I, we've finished Pirate Yakuza. So Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza is completed. Like, and I really liked the way that it ended. It was a good game. Definitely enjoyed it. Let's return to whence we came. Yeah, I definitely... Well, we'll see. Well, those things will get changed probably. And it's not like like we've already mentioned, it doesn't affect me at all. It just affects future playthroughs, right? And people who are wanting to do certain kinds of playthroughs. So it doesn't affect my character at all. My good old Van, he can figure his way around things. We have tongs. We can make the upgraded tier of metalworking possible, and then from there I can make the punch and so on and so forth. We also have metalworking, like the blacksmithing trait, so at least I'm pretty sure I took that. Yeah, so we've got extra recipes. I don't know if I got the stuff from Artisan, though, that came new. Because they'd said that there would be new recipes given to Artisan. So I'm not sure if I would have picked those up because my character was created prior to. Chances are probably not. Yeah, I think I got screwed out of it too. But that's okay. It's fine. Just means that we got to work extra hard on those. At least we get the XP bonus. Oh, okay. I got nervous there for a second. Because I have a little laptop that I keep an eye on sometimes to make sure that the stream is still functioning properly. And it went offline and made me panic. I was like, did my internet go out again? I'd prefer it not. I work hard on making sure that all my stuff is running. I would like to make sure that the ISP stuff also works. I did. That's it. Bye. Okay, let's have a seat. You have no encoders. I've had that happen. I've had it tell me that what was it? It was just recently. Your stream key is wrong. I was like, what? My stream key is wrong. That's weird. That does not make sense. You have to reinstall your drivers. Emma's been having similar issues with her new PC a little bit. The problem with that is it makes Emma stressed, and which is not good. Emma gets very very on edge when she's stressed, so it becomes kind of very difficult to because there's no patience there anymore, which makes sense, right? Stress. And I love Emma. Emma's the best. We all have our flaws, and Emma's is software going ballistic and or not working properly. Like, even if the frames are slightly low, I won't notice it, but Emma will. That's why when I'm asking questions on like those kinds of things, I definitely will get Emma's input because I am bad at that stuff. All right, let's go have there. Slashy time? Yeah, well, sort of. I'm just trying to get rid of all these stone scythes that I've built up, and then I'm gonna decide which kind of axe I want to use. I actually might use the flint saw, which is the funniest part. But I may actually just start making metal axes. We'll see. The flint cleaver. Oh, you're right. My bad. Flint cleaver. There's actually 3 reasons why I want to do axe, and why I decided to do axe instead of doing spear, was my original plan. My original plan was to do spear. But then I was like, you know what? I'm going to have to chop down trees. Might as well train up my axe skill so that I don't have to care about the muscle strain that comes out of chopping down trees. I was like, okay, well, if I'm going to do that, I might as well, you know, keep it going for the entirety. What is that? Mm-hmm. We're gonna need food. I think I'm gonna do one more. Three broken scythes. There we go. Yeah, it's good to save those up. Not just for the saplings for spears, but for like the long sticks. Yeah, exactly. If you've got your drying racks and you got your leather drying racks, you're pretty much set. So you like, I mean, unless you're planning to move to another area. Look at all these rats. There's like a full team. All right, let's head back. One of the bigger reasons, though, that I am heading back each time is that I need to bring some of those metal, or sorry, not metal, the flint scythes. There's only like 30 or so of them left now, though, so we should be able to just like clean those out, throw those away, and then that's it. Those scythes are all dealt with, and then I've turned them from napping XP, so like they were foraged XP into napping XP into XP for the axes. Not too bad. They've done quite a lot of experience for us overall. Okay, bring these things there. There's only 6 left. Nice. Should be able to eat that mushroom if it's not rotten. There we go. Do these give XP, I wonder? Let's try it. Says it takes 3 minutes to craft one. Improvised briefs. Yeah, they're worth 2 XP. I know the head wrap is worth nothing. I'm gonna assume that all of the wraps are worth nothing. Hand wraps. Rag bandana. What about you? Ooh, that's worth 0.84. This was worth... Try this. So I can make twine. I can make twine happen. I didn't see what that gave me just now. Can I rip this up? You can't rip up the... Wait, what? So you can't rip these 2 things up. I've got a question that I need to answer here for this. I need to try that again here in a moment. Let's throw these on the floor for a moment. I need twine. I need twine. Grab half the dog bane. I need twine. I need twine. Okay, we lost light, so that sucks, but I have 3 twine. 1 second. I need to go to bed. Because I need to answer this. Because, I think I see an infinite loop. To which then it needs to be brought forward if that's the case for the rat race. But I'm pretty sure I spot an infinite loop. Let me double check though, because I might be seeing things. But we need to see. Oh, if that's the case, I'm just gonna speed through this for a second. Okay, let's see. No, not you. Yeah. So it is an infinite loop. Interesting. Kind of. So what I mean by if it's an infinite loop is I can trade twine currently for rags, and I can trade like ad infinitum for tailoring XP currently. It's an infinite loop. We probably need to pass judgment on that. Maybe it might be allowed. I don't know. It's not much XP, but the thing is it is infinite. So you can go from what I'm seeing here based on requires you to have twine though. So, but here I'll show what I mean. So, by crafting one of these, the improvised for 2 uses of twine, you need a needle. I'm sure you probably can use a bone needle. Let's see. Yeah, you can use a bone needle. It's fine. Anyways, it's going to use up these 4 rags, and it's going to use up 2 of the twine, right? Right? Ta-da. Okay, and then we get one of these, right? Then I can rip it, and I just gained 2 extra rags on top, because I had 1 rag to start, and then the 4 initial rags that I used to create it. Thus, allowing me to create another one, right? How much XP does it give? 2.10 XP on tailoring. Multiplicative. Of course, remember that's with a book. I have tailoring 1's book. So it would be worth a little bit less. However, it's converting dogbane hemp and rags, but you get more rags out of it than you're using. So soon I'll be able to make 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then rip them. You see, then there's growth there. Very quickly, I would have a ridiculous amount of rags. So I need to pass this through the rat race Discord, because this is new. I think because it's a new recipe. Question. Tailoring. Currently can trade. Improvised. What's that thing called again? This. I need to edit that. There we go. Okay. I'm not going to use this currently to level my tailoring, but having discovered it, it's interesting. So, to explain, again, like, because I don't mind giving myself a little bit of XP for this, like, just because it's just been discovered. But essentially, the way that it works is by crafting, so I need to, where is it? So let's rip this thing really quick and just show. So I'm going to drop these on the ground, these 4 rags here. So we only have 4 rags in our inventory, right? 4 rags, plus I have some twine. So essentially, I use dogbane hemp. 1 second, I got to unequip this. Put it away. Okay. So we use dogbane hemp to create one of these, right? All it needs is a pointy thing, so like an awl or a needle, bone needle works, etc., right? twine, so 2 uses of twine. So that's, remember, 1 dogbane hemp produces 5 uses of twine, which means that every dogbane hemp is worth 2 uses of this, right? Anyways, I have 4 rags in my inventory currently. Let's craft one of these. As you can see, I crafted one. It used up all the ingredients as requested. Now when I rip it, what happens? Suddenly I have 3. Okay, so it didn't work quite this well this time, but it seems like it's chance that you can end up with more rags than you started with. So it is kind of slots-ish, I guess. So let's try that again. Because I did end up with more rags than I started with last time. So let's try again. So by ripping the clothes... See, now I have 6 rags. So I ended up with 2 rags more yield. So it seems to be, it's a probability between getting a certain amount of rags. So you can get a lot more, but you also see, it seems like you can get less as well. But I mean, rags are not something that's super uncommon. And usually once you reach level 1 tailoring, you'll be able to spam yourself up using patches and thread. So I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm on the fence about it. I want to see what other people vote. So yeah, I don't want to use, I'm not going to use this method because it's, it seems like it might, like, I don't know. Like I said, I'm on the fence about it. If folks don't care, then folks don't care. It's one of those things, right? Because it kind of requires some build up to get to the stage where you can do it. On the other hand, it's one of those strange ones for sure, right? I don't know. Because right now I can run around and collect, we've been dropping dresses and stuff on the ground, so I can use those to level tailoring. It's not like I really need that. And then I can do it the traditional patchwork method, which is, you know, putting patches on clothes, taking patches off of clothes, putting patches on clothes, taking patches off of clothes. There's not a real rush to level tailoring for me. I mean, I could do the first 2 levels, but I don't intend on doing more unless I get books and or I've looked quite considerably and I've given up on the books. But yeah. It's one of those things where it doesn't really matter, but it, like, I mean, I could see some folks not liking it, so for now, I'm gonna not use it until a judgment is passed on it. But that's kind of cool to find, right? Kind of found a neat little exploity thing, kind of. Hi, Curtis. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a fairly good day. I am doing the rat racing stuff, which you yourself was doing just a bit ago, from what I remember, and hopefully your run is still going well. Right now, I'm just gonna take a little bit of time to pick up some stuff. Yeah, frogs. Do a little intro while I walk back. Yeah. Things seem to be going quite well for the most part in my run. I just discovered something in the things, so... Have you tried the flint saw? Did they improve it? Has it been changed at all? Because I did type in saw in the Control F in the patch notes and I didn't see it in there, but... Did they adjust it? Because those are the 2 things that that annoyed me in the last batch. Was that. But they've added foot wraps, which is good. It got lighter. You're annoyed about the nerfs? What nerfs? I'm just trying to get rid of all of the scythes that I have saved up. Like I had 50 scythes here, and now we're down to like 20 or so. A lot less. Which is good. Oh, so they nerfed all of the blunts. Well, I mean, they wanted to make sure the blunts are a little bit more balanced. I could see that. At the same token, though, I do kind of think we're at a stage where does it really matter, like, if you can kill 5 zombies a day or if you can kill 100 zombies a day? Does it really matter that much? They have a lot of moving parts, though, so it's just a little salt. Yeah, a little bit, but it's okay. They'll figure it out. My PB with 8 axes. They nerfed all the short blunts. You back to using half bars and rods? I mean, use whatever you prefer. It doesn't matter, really. Whatever is your preference. I know that I'm going to be excited when we get to the short blades. Because I'm going to have a lot of knives saved up. That's my plans right now. My plan is to save up a ludicrous amount of knives. So a knife collection that I can very much be proud of. You joined the axe side. Yeah, the only reason why I'm doing axes right now is just so that when I chop down trees, it doesn't hurt my arms nearly as much. That, and also I have a point in it, so it just makes sense to do. That way, in the future, when I'm making spears and stuff, that it'll be easier. Let's get some food. It'd be kind of cool to make our own railway tracks as well. Could you imagine having trains in Project Zomboid? Choo-choo. Or minecarts. Or those like pump things. Like, you know, you lift them up, lift them down, and they go along. You don't even need redstone for those. You just need physical exertion. Your character pushes them along with the pumping. But redstone, they're working on electrical stuff at the moment. Why do you think they dotted around the map so many little electrical areas? I'm betting that they're going to allow us to have, like, could you imagine if we could hook up a whole block instead of doing, like, you know, like, instead of sieging and looking for gasoline and going and getting all this stuff, if you could just power it via, like, some other means, like, I don't know, like hydroelectricity or something, you know. Rust has a hopper? I'm not surprised. I'm still thinking about what I want to be doing at the moment because I don't really want to go out today. Mm, the bees, yes. Dr. Bees. Apiary would be cool. And it would make sense, like you could have like flowers and stuff that are better for certain, like for the bees, and honey, non-perishable condiment that you can put in your food. But no, we have butter. Don't forget, we have butter. You know, eating butter. Yeah. Mm-hmm. PZ, you know, Minecraft has honey. PZ, eat butter. Nah, I don't like butter. I really like. I don't mind it, and but it's like it's frustrating to me. Just because the other condiments, there's a lot of condiments that have that mallow on them that you can't eat them. Why can't I eat a big bag of flour or the chickpeas? Watch them make honey perishable. Nah, honey's non-perishable. At least the current version of it. See right there, I got some honey. It's not as good as butter though. Like if you were to compare them, butter wins. It is much more, even with the unhappiness bonus that it provides. It would take like 5 things of honey to even compare to butter. Let's grab some of these things. I can get tongs, that's not hard. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Why is this a recipe? I can turn iron chunks into iron chunks that costs me charcoal. Why? That's probably an oversight. Uh, I keep having to change this. Oh, and a bottle opener. Okay, I got 17 chunks. Now these 17 chunks can then be put onto the primitive forge. Oh, I don't have my hammer. 1 second. There's gonna be a few of those things that happen, like that. They've got quite a few things that are messed up. It's just fun though. Because it makes you wonder, why is that like that? Is it supposed to be like that? And then a lot of the time you think, oh, it's probably meant to be like that. Really, no. Somebody made a mistake, probably. Because we're all human, right? We can make mistakes. The devs can make mistakes. We can make mistakes. Well, I made one earlier in the stream. Where I thought that there was no means of keeping your feet safe in the early game. Right? But there are feet wraps. Although they will take quite a bit to make. Like, they're not an easy craft. Like here, if you look at feet wraps. And I want you to come think of a character that's not got any skills at all. Zero. No skills. None, right? Well, that character is going to need to find a needle of some kind, so a pointy rock or something, right? So let's look at the different options that they have. Let's say that all of the forageables here are not accessible. So your choices are all bone, all stone, or bone needle, right? Well, let's look at those options, shall we? You got the carve the all stone or the all bone. Well, you can nap this, but it requires a recipe, right? So when does that recipe auto learn? Because it auto learns eventually, right? So you'd have to nap until you auto learn the bone all, or the stone all, I mean. Because you're not gonna make the carved needle, like the bone needle. Because the bone needle requires level 4 carving. And a whetstone, which, I mean, the whetstone you can just, improvised whetstone, super easy, right? And then for the knife, anything that's pointy is fine. But okay, so that's that part done. You need 6 rags. That's doable. And then 1 twine. So, like, I mean, these two things are the easy part. It's this part that's kind of tough, right? And I mean, yeah. So that's the thing, right? You have to hope that you took trait points. Now, like I mentioned at the beginning, imagine you took none. Like you did you're trying to do like a cave character that doesn't have anything, right? Like a primitive start, right? No skills at all, 0. Well, then that character's going to suffer. Of course, it's meant to be a challenge, but there needs to be progression chains, right? Even for a character like that. If you took illiterate and what's it called? But then again, arguably, then does there actually need to be that for that character? Because you're hampering yourself by doing the challenge in the first place. So is it really necessary? Because it's one of those weird questions, I guess. Part of the innate challenge would be to survive with that sort of style. You'd be constantly injuring your feet for the early game, though. I have thin-skinned right now, so I can't really properly demonstrate it. But even with thick-skinned, your feet get scratched up real quick. Though your feet can bleed out, and then once they're bled out, that's it. There's no worrying about them anymore. I mean, you can walk around with them being open and injured for quite some time before you have to put bandages on them. And then actually you just put the bandages on temporarily, and then you can... Your character's movement speed overall would suck, but you don't really need to wear the bandages all the time. You would just need to wear them to heal up. I mean, you could make it work. It would just suck. That's all. And you'd have to hope. But I wonder, when do you auto-learn the all? When is the all recipe auto-learned? Is it level 2 or more for napping? Surely it's got to be like at least level 1, right? It's like everything is level 1 to 3, and then a lot of things kind of just fall off after that, except for like more rare things that are locked behind like higher and higher levels. You take a character that's got level 1 to 3 and everything, and suddenly your character's a master. Master of the trade. You can do it because you started napping +1, but did you take any other trait points that might have given it to you? It requires napping 1 and tailoring 1. Okay, neat. Haven't checked the recent one. I don't know either. Wilderness knowledge? Wilderness knowledge comes with a bunch of extra things, so we can't count that. It comes with lots of learned trait thingies. Recipes. It's a phenomenal trait. You should almost take it every time. They made the clay. It's smaller, isn't it? The little bundles of clay. Look at them. They're much smaller than they used to be. I know they said they were smoothing the scaling, like adjusting the scale, but that's quite considerable. Can I use this or this? Is it halves or fulls? I can't remember. Halves. 16. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, that's still... The anvil's still both. Thank goodness. I've seen steel and I was like, ah! Uh-oh. That's not good. Okay, now I need charcoal, 10 of it, a pair of tongs, and then I have an anvil. Okay, so we have the anvil. It is tempting to kind of just switch directly to the advanced forge. In order to do that, I'd need the large bellows, though. And to do the large bellows, I would need to go and find animals and... or... Can you place items? I keep getting errors. I just placed this anvil. I'll try placing some of these. It seems fine for me. Possibly a mod that you have, maybe, is my first thought. You tried putting a bag on the table. 1 second, I'll have a look. Might not be a mod. Like, give me a second. I'll try a bag on a table. No, no error. Sorry. Are there a bunch of... Yeah, is your tile encumbrance higher than the tile? So what we mean by that is each tile, the ground has an encumbrance of 50. So check if your tile encumbrance is higher. If there's more than 50 items there, usually it won't let you place. It'll be like, nope. But it won't give you an error. It's probably just a mod. Okay. Okay, today was a bit of a bust, but it's because it was, Do I have a saw still? I think I do in my bag, right? Yeah, it's starting to get worn now. I'm gonna go grab those nails that are inside, and I'm gonna make a composter. Or two. It's gonna take 4 months for the compost to happen, so... But it'll be worth it in the end, because then I'll have compost. Oh wait, I can't. I need to be level 3. That's right. What are these? Oh, clay pipes. I was like, are those some kind of fabric? Okay, let's go just speed up a little bit. Alrighty. Yes. Frog army indeed. It's slowly growing. I gotta get my frog army into the 30s though, because I think the record currently is in the rat race is like Sui's frog army of like in the 30s to 50s. Last I looked, it was like something really high. Because Sui keeps getting them from those fishing traps. I really should just make a bunch of fishing traps, but I don't want to because it makes me think like the frogs are getting stuck in there, and I know that that's not the case, and that it's just one of the ways that you can get it. But it's like, I don't know, the visual of it for me is pretty like, not keen. I'm being stubborn. Sorry. Alright, hopefully no fog today. I said no fog game. Always fog every day. And it's like the slow creeping of fog too. Kind of fog that you know will probably last all day. Hopefully not. Oh. That's on you. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. It's understandable. It's fun to play with mods. It really is. But it's one of those things where, especially like it's difficult to post bug reports if you. So if you ever come across a bug, and this goes for everyone here, no matter if you come across a bug in the unstable build, reload your game without any mods. Like have another save that's like just no mods, right? And then try to recreate whatever it is. And if you can't recreate it, well, it's the mods. It's why it's good. You could even copy your save exactly. Of course, it won't be an exact copy because it never is. But you know, it'll be mostly the same. That's the weird part about PZ. If you take two exact saves, two exactly the same saves, and then go to separate areas, it those areas could be completely different. It's because of the probability, right? Lots of dice rolls. It's kind of like the rat race, right? The rat race is kind of similar in that way because we're all running similar configs, but different styles come out of all of the different sections, right? It's kind of cool to see all the different perspectives as well. Hmm. Does this count as urban or is it forest? It's forest. Or at least part of it is. Wait a second. Hmm. What over this over here? Is this just regular forest? Yeah. Yeah, it is. I'm going to push up and we're going to create a temporary situation over there. Because I already started making the motel that's just up ahead, Riverside Suites. I've been slowly converting a portion of that into a fob, so we'll use that as our fob. So I can start really putting pressure on the residential areas and stop having to run so far every day. Oh, seen a hunting knife there. Alright, let's go over here. Really need to quickly get over there, grab the knife, and run away. Right? It was in one of you, wasn't it? There it is. Yeah. We're gonna need to back up. Mm. No, 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 no. So, internal dialogue, essentially. And like, well, I could go ahead and just make a regular. We could just make regular stuff. No, we're gonna go the extra mile, and we're actually gonna make a masonry fire pit. Why? Because I'm not having it happen where one of those rodents decides I'm going to run into the fire, and then suddenly I burn down all of Riverside. That's not gonna happen. Yeah, we're not doing that. It's definitely we're going with the fire pit. Yeah, I'm not having that happen. That's awkward, and let's avoid that. That seems like a good thing to avoid. Burning down all of Riverside because a rat decided that it didn't want to be not on fire anymore. And yeah. Okay, let's start with you. Let's remove the log. Oh, hello. This is awkward between you and I. Isn't the bucket? Oh, it needs a medium handle. There is no harsher criticism can be had than self. Because I'm like, yeah, it needs a medium handle. Also, you don't have a sack like for for the sand to do the clay cement. Also, you don't have clay. So it's like, okay, you quit bullying me, self. It's not nice. It's like so having internal dialogue is the best. Because once again, nobody can criticize you more than yourself. Literally no one. Because there's stuff that you're going to do that you can just be like, ah. Because you knew what you were going to do. You knew it. You knew what you were going to do. That's the fact, right? I knew what I was going to do. So self can criticize that. Other people don't know what you're going to do. They have to wait for your actions in order to criticize you. But I have preemptive knowledge of my actions and what I was going to do, and yeah. 'Tis why we are our own worst critics. I gotta go all the way there. It's okay though, because once we have the sack, then I can also carve the rocks. We can set up a bunch of stuff. We can put up a nice little fire pit and have a nice little barbecue area, and it'll be nice. I could go and get one of those red barbecues. There's tons of them around. I want to make my own. It's my fire pit then. See, I could just grab this as well. Then we just need the rock to be carved. Okay. Oh, it's Molly. Hi, Molly. Hopefully you're having a good day and you're having a good ride. How goes your run? Is your run going well? How was the rat race? I was able to stop and say hi and like watch and lurk and enjoy my meal. Yeah. Rat race is going good. How is the new run? I know that you were kind of a bit distraught about losing your other save, but tis very good. It seems like it sounds like it's going better. Yeah. I do very much appreciate the raid.
You're amazing!
Planted August crops. Oh wow. You're actually getting crops going, like for real. You'll be probably the most experienced farmer out of everybody, I'm sure. You got all the agriculture XP. And then enough food to hopefully, well, I don't know, food rots real quick, but you might be able to use it and convert it into bunnies or something. It'll be awesome. Yeah, thank you very much for gifting us up to Molly. Do very much appreciate. Enjoy your ad previewing as well as your frog emotes. Yeah. Oh, you got bunnies today, so you're already ahead of the curve. Then you're gonna coast through winter. It's gonna be easy, easy peasy. I'll do my brief little intro, but if you guys aren't following Molly, you should. Molly's great, fantastic Zomboid streamer, as well as a lot of other content like variety and like tons and tons of different styles of games. Yes. Okay. You got three different kinds of bunnies? You got 10. That's awesome. Hopefully they reproduce like rabbits and give you plenty of food and bones to carve and so that you can do lots and lots of animal care. Really going all in on the farming. That is sizable amounts of XP that is going to be very difficult to acquire. Um, especially like I got pet rats and mice upstairs. Those are my animals. I don't have animals that are yeah, my animals are the mice and the rats. Okay, let's craft this so that I can stone chisel. Oh, I need a. That's right. I need you. Right now, I am working on a couple of things in the house, but I need to quickly run and grab a branch and some rags because I'm in the process. So I have a little bit of a blacksmithing setup here, and we just crafted an anvil. So I've got an anvil, and we're working right now on pushing further into the farther side of Riverside. So I've got my watch bags here and there. And we're now pushed past the Riverside Suites, which is where I'm gonna set up a fob for a forward operating base is the plan. So that I'm gonna try and take this area on over because then I'll be closer to the front line and be able to push a little bit further along. This is also kind of close to the water, so I'll be able to fish here, um, which will be good. And then this right here, this red one is the first, it's an outpost, but I don't have all the pieces of the outpost yet. So I have the outpost cleared. There's zombies are clear of it for the most part. So that's good. I still need to get the other pieces set up though. I need the generator. I need a working car in general, but it's gonna be scary once I get the car actually running because, you know, times 10 vehicle engine loudness and 1,000 follow distance. The zombies, they'll be coming from pretty much every corner of this area. So I want to make sure that when I actually do drive a car that I'm either very careful or alternatively I should just be expecting company. Um, so that, and we've been working on our combat skills a little bit. So my skills are kind of looking like this right now. We've already hit level 10 in long blunt, and now we're about halfway through level 5 in axes. And then our character was a 0 to hero. But as you can imagine, being a year in, we are now nearly level 8 strength and level 7 fitness. So we're starting to work our way to that end portion of fitness and strength, which is good. It'll get us right up there. Funny enough, I still actually haven't maxed out foraging. I'm working on it. It's a work in progress. But yeah, we did light-footed and sneaking over on the far side. That took a few hours to get done, but it's finished now. So my character's kind of quiet, even though he's clumsy. And I discovered something that is in the discussion section under bug/exploit, although it may not be. Like, I mean, I'm leaving that one up to the group to decide because it's a new one. So they added in some new recipes, and one of the new recipes allows you to basically convert dogbane hemp into tailoring XP. So that's really useful for early levels of tailoring, but I don't know if it's fully intended in the way that it is, because what happens is you convert the 4 rags and dogbane hemp into possibly anywhere between 3 and 8 rags, which means that you have the ability to make 2 of the tailored item, which in this case is this one right here. Where is it? This one. So I noticed this. So you need a needle and then 4 scraps and 2 uses of twine. So 1 dogbane hemp would be able to create 2 of these. And you can keep rinse repeating until you level your tailoring past 1, after which then you can use the patch method, or you can use this, whichever you prefer. But it's up to preference at that point, right? But essentially, it's nearly infinite XP, so long as RNG is kind to you, I guess. You're already almost 2-2. Oh, you're just flying in XP. Very soon, you'll be 5-5. And then, once you hit 5-5, then... well, 3-3 is the notable combat sort of... You feel pretty good in combat. 5-5, you've started... Your character's normal-ish. And then when you're 6-6 is when you really start... It's less about the muscle strain at when you're a 6-6 character. Because you start to really, you have fit, you have stout. It starts to really, really feel nice. Yes, you're gonna notice the difference between 2 and 3, though. I'm pretty sure, because it's a fair amount of difference. And then the same goes for once you hit 5. Level 5, you lose the negative ones. Oh yeah, exertion is almost non-existent with short blades. It's nice. What was I doing? I need to carve... Oh yeah, I was making a thingy. Oh yeah, especially build 41, it was better exertion-wise. You actually could gain back exertion once you got to a certain point with short blades in build 41. That's not the case anymore as much. In build 42, but at the same time, build 42 in general, and this is my opinion, is that build 42 combat wise is easier than build 41. The reason why it's easier is because in build 41, when you built up fatigue, which is the being tired, right? Not the exertion, but fatigue used to cap your exertion and then lock it kind of thing. So eventually, if you got too fatigued, you couldn't gain it back any exertion. In build 42, it's not like that anymore. Build 42, if you will still recover exertion even if your fatigue is terrible. So in that way, build 42 ends up being a lot easier and more sort of better for players that take it to a little bit too far. There's more breathing room. Does that make sense? There's more space to work. And even if you go a little too far, it's okay. And that allows players to kind of push their limits just a bit more. Or for veterans, it lets us go way ham and kind of get away with it, which is is another thing. What Daisen means is they're about the same weight. However, the knives are still better overall in terms of exertion. They can get really, really light. Like, for example, if you were to compare, like, where is it? I would have to make one, wouldn't I? I don't mind making one. Let's make one really quick. If you were to compare, or do I actually? I have a hunting knife on me. Hunting knives are pretty. Yeah, so hunting knife weighs. Compare. Where did you go? There you are. 0.3, right? Which would be, if we compare that to, say, the stone hammer, because let's not compare it to the, there we go. So if you compare the hunting knife, which is 0.3, to the stone hammer, which is 0.6, like, so they're a little bit less. Of course, the stone hammer is a bit heavy. So you can kind of, like, the lighter hammers, like, are about the same. More or less. Um, but yeah, it's all up to preference at that point anyways. Oh, you're not using those, are you? I'm just gonna take those away so you don't accidentally use them. Yeah, absolutely. I do appreciate. And for the other folks, I'll just wave. Hello. Yes. Let's see. I need to make. Is that good? There we go. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool weapons. The regular screwdriver is an amazing weapon too early game. Alright, so the plan right now is going to be to take the items that I currently have and set up a cook station slash beach area over in the other section there. And then we can stay at Riverside Suites while we kind of level. I am really looking forward to driving very slowly and quietly through these areas and collecting all the items. The issue being, though, that I'm not allowed to back up. Not even a little bit. And I have to forcibly remind myself that when we get a vehicle. I am not allowed to reverse. If the vehicle gets stuck in any which way, I need to go forward or I just leave it because I cannot reverse. Not right now. The reason being is that my character's got Speed Demon. And vehicles are really, really loud. So it's not a good idea to reverse at all. Not even a little bit. This is a smidgen. And get in trouble. It will cause us many, many problems if I do so. I don't want to deal with you. Let's go. Yeah, that stuff is all super duper min-maxy sort of things. It's not like particularly necessary to worry about or anything. Using whatever weapon is best for your character is the best. Kind of like just progressing as far as you can. I'm actually really hoping that Molly does manage to get those crops going and that despite how difficult the crop settings are, that they manage to pull through. Because the crop settings are rough, like some of the toughest. At race, increase vehicle loudness and then reversing with Speed Demon is like 200% tops, right? No, because there is a particular stuttery thing that happens sometimes as Zomboid currently. I don't know why it happens, but there is a stutter thing that causes a sound to be like made louder, essentially. Rhett could probably go into it on better detail than I would ever be able to, but essentially it makes us sound louder. And because that stutter can sometimes be triggered by, for example, if you activate a bunch of cells or if you create a crawler is another good example. It can cause so like it's already times 10 vehicle engine, so it can cause comboing with Speed Demon. Essentially, I would be pulling like here. In essence, probably all the way down to this entire corner, like this whole corner here, would all get pulled. So probably all the way to Waverly Sanatorium, maybe that far. But it's a sizable pulse. It's way louder than any helicopter, and is one of those things that, yeah, it will pull all the golf course for sure. Like the entire country club would come to say hi. Of course, they would get a lot of them would get stuck on this ridge here, but and the country club has been made fairly scary, kind of like it's a scary place. So they would be making their way through the woods directly this way. Um, that's why I want to be very cautious about if I drive, because I may not want to drive. I may want to approach the golf course from this southern road and like make a little campsite down here somewhere, and then slowly like take the golf course this way, or alternatively, attacking the golf course from the north is such a pain, but it's possible. Like, I mean, I could maybe, but that's if I absolutely have no house alarms, which once again, I don't want to bank on that. Although we've been in enough houses that I kind of I'm under the impression that I don't have house alarms. Um, House alarms are anywhere from 0 to 5 years on these settings. So Yeah, if I back up, I would have. It's ludicrous. It's what, like I said, it's way louder than any helicopter. It would probably pull this entire region. I don't think it would pull Phallus. I think it would land just shy of Phallus, like here. And a lot of these zombies here would travel straight up and get stuck along this ridge. What's this? What's this button do? Hmm. I don't know what that button does. I'm just gonna put these here for now. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that for sure, though. It could be fun. Gonna bring these to the room. But yeah, if you wanted to see essentially what Speed Demon's like on these settings, I think Twist has it. And I think he did back up twice by accident due to muscle memory and very much regrets it, kind of. To be honest, though, I genuinely believe that a second he's done clearing that area, that he's going to be very happy. Because when he's done clearing that area, there won't be any zombies anywhere left. They will be basically done, like gone. No zombies left in the area at all. And he'll be probably able to go to almost all the way to Muldra. No issues. Because all of Doe Valley will be taken care of. A large portion of the outside forest zombies will be dead. He could even consider doing the military base in the woods. I apologize, little mouse, but we're gonna need to get rid of some of the mice just in case, because I don't want them tanking my frame later. I've got 2 pet mice back at the other area. These are all excessive. So I'll just butcher them really quickly. Although I will save that white mouse that I seen earlier. That one was kind of cool. And a different kind of mouse. There we go. Yeah, I tried to jaw stab the rat. That's really interesting. Why did we try to jaw stab? Stealth kill the rat that's on the ground. Let's put you... But it doesn't do damage. It's probably because the animal moves. In theory, if the animal stayed where it was, probably would be fine. But the animal will move because it doesn't want to, obviously it doesn't want to get hurt. Can I? Nope. These will make me sad, so I'm not going to eat them. Actually, I, in theory, should keep them around though for compost later. Nothing yet. I wish. Not yet, though. I'm currently tilling the soil, looking for worms, because it is a higher chance that I will be able to get worms than I will be able to forage insects. At least that's what I figured. But unfortunately, that's not the case, it would seem. I'll try removing all of these. Because if I'm not going to put anything in the furrows, I'm just going to get rid of them. Because it is an old habit of mine. Oh, you can actually just do that. Okay, that's nice. Okay, let's try again. Wow. I should have gotten one worm by now. How bad is the worm chance?
You're amazing!
Give it a follow, by the way. Do appreciate it. I wonder if they removed it from plowed land in general. Can't dig furrows for worms anymore? Although I could have sworn I got worms last time I dug furrow. Let's try one more time. I'm not seeing any worms at all. Well, I'm gonna remove all of these because I just don't like them being there. I'm gonna go put my character to bed if I can go to bed. Or actually, we'll go grab some alcohol so that I can guarantee that we can sleep. some alcohol so that we can guarantee a peaceful sleep. There we go. Yeah, let's go get a nap in. I do intend to plant crops eventually, but not right now because it's like the end of August, start of September, so I'm just gonna avoid planting crops till next March. For the rest of my pain to go down so that we can sleep proper. Alright, let's go looking for, in the corpse file for maggots. I'm sure there should be some. Right? I don't like maggots myself, though. Nothing. I'm like not getting lucky at all with anything in terms of bait. No maggots on any of the corpses. Starting to think I turned it off, which sounds like me. I just need one bug, please. Just one. And then it can spiral into more. What is that? Not what I'm looking for. The best part is just over to the west, there's this big bag of bugs that exists. It's like, would you like the happy music accompanying the game? Oh, you mean the my playlist? If you like my playlist, you can have it. Exclamation point playlist. It's on Spotify. Feel free. I add things to it sometimes, and I take things off of it depending on my mood. But it's essentially just a playlist of songs that make me happy. Yeah, feel free. They are. Oh, I don't want to sacrifice the ladybug. I don't even think I can. Let's not do that. Absolutely. That was the Sims 2 music. Yeah, there's lots of music that's like, Sims 2. I have tons of different stuff. You played it a ton. I played it some. Sims 2 was still my one of my favorites on the console, where you get to control your character like this. Is still one of my favorite versions of The Sims that has ever existed. If they were to ever bring something like that back, that would be awesome. I heard Inzoi is kind of like that, and it is tempting me. So if I can hear more good things about Inzoi, I might consider it. But it's one of those things where I'm still hesitant. Okay, I just want to put those in there just so that I don't have to deal with them. And then yeah, it's time to go fishing. Fishing time. Right here. Head bubble. I do that sometimes. It's not what is it? I don't notice it though. Sometimes I'm just like do 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 do. Everybody has their little things, right? Their tendencies, I guess, would be the best word. If anyone's curious why I don't speed up time while doing this, is because the first thing is time controls when you activate them change things, and the second is I don't know if I have the reaction speed fast enough to react to the fishing rod. You know, if I get a really big fish off this next catch, it'll snap my fishing rod. And sure, I can go make another one, but that requires me to go and make another one, which is awkward, and I don't have to do it. Did you eat my bait? Please don't have eaten my bait. This bluegill ate my bait. Dang it. If it's too small for slicing, can I use the whole thing as a bait fish? It'd be kind of cool if instead of using the fillets, if you could actually turn some of the fillets into like fish bait of some kind that's like separate. I know some of the bugs can be fresh, but it's one of those things. Thank you for my hat pack. Do appreciate. Oh, this is something that somebody mentioned earlier. Can I not pick this tile up? Remove flat stone. Does it poof? It does indeed. Interesting. So currently those tiles are not, you can't pick them up. Somebody mentioned that before. That's a bug that exists currently, is that the large flat stones that normally are used to make the large axes, like the ones that can chop down trees, this is the bug that you're not. It's what's supposed to happen when you remove a flat stone, is it's supposed to put the flat stone in your inventory. It weighs 10, and yeah, it's just deleting the debris and not giving you anything. Mm-hmm. I'm tempted to do push-ups to get that last strength level. Or because it's not the last strength level, but it's like to push to level 8. A little bit more muscle strain reduction, not by much, but by enough that it'll be fairly good. Hello. How goes your run? Is your run going well? You passed 5K. Congrats. Getting there. Starting to build up. Is that your personal best, or are you still approaching your personal best? Because I'm keen to hear when folks are hitting their PBs. Like, the best that I've ever done, etc., It's really, really cool. It's absolutely your PB? Well, congratulations. Now set the bar high for yourself. Raise that bar as high as you can so that the next time future you has to go for a goal, future you is very much like, I set the bar so high. I don't know if I can reach that bar again. That'll be great. And it'll be a story. You opened a gourmet butter factory. Well, best, kudos. I'm glad that you've got your animals situated in a way that you're receiving butter at high volumes. I still am kind of on the hope that butter gets nerfed again, but that's not specifically for your factory. Obviously, that's just in general for a mechanic that for consistency's sake. Because some of the other condiments have a negative malu where you need to put them in food. So I would love to see that put on butter as well, so that you actually had to cook with it. I mean, it wouldn't affect you very much. You would just put it in meals, right? It's simple, very easy. Having the butter is good, and then you just add it to your meals. But it forces interaction with the cooking system better that way, in my opinion. So yeah, it's nothing personal against folks that are eating raw sticks of butter like they're candy bars. But it's weird to me because I don't see that as something that normally gets done. Like it's not. You wouldn't just eat a stick of butter. That's not how that will work, right? Most of the time, I find it would be better in what's it called? In meals. Saves for the unhappiness as well. Then you don't have to deal with that. Do you want to get into your cooking? Yeah, because leveling up cooking's better. You can't just call us out like this. I totally can, though. I don't call people out very often, but I totally can call out the people that are eating sticks of butter like they're candy. Don't do that. It's bad for you, and it's bad for your character. Well, actually, currently it's good for your character, but it shouldn't be. Because people just ignore unhappiness. It's not. It's not debilitating. Like it's not. It's not bad enough. The it annoys me, but that's why my character's almost never unhappy unless I have to be. Like if I have to be unhappy, that's one thing. But I don't like the action speed debuff. But I feel like unhappiness should also. Now this one's gonna definitely be like no, like I already know that this would be a no, but unhappiness should also cause fatigue, right? High levels of unhappiness should cause your character to fatigue to go up faster, because that's kind of how it works. But of course, I know that one's a flat no for mechanical reasons, and it would cause people to not deal with it. Right? Or, sorry, people would deal with it, but people would rise up and be against that idea, is the thing. Even though both logically, it makes sense and stuff. It's just it's not something that folks would like. And usually I'll keep those kinds of thoughts to myself, but this is my stream, so I should probably just share those thoughts, right? Those weird out there opinions and thoughts, they can be here. I don't mind. But yeah, that's one of the things that I feel like unhappiness in Zomboid is ignorable most of the time, outside of the fringe instances where you need to switch your weapon a lot or you're trying to pick something up real quick. Like, I mean, action speed is great and all, but it should also cause fatigue to speed up a little bit. Could you imagine if it added like if max unhappiness added like a 25% fatigue bonus? Your fatigue builds up 25% faster. Do you know how many people would be just happy, like make their characters happy all the time? Or suffer being tired? Once again, like I said, this is an unpopular opinion, I'm sure, but it is kind of how being sad works. Is it's very draining and causes a lot of tiredness to it's not fun. I've been in those states where I'm not feeling the best. Unhappiness is easy to deal with, but most folks don't deal with it. They just kind of ignore it. It is an ignorable state, though, right? Just pet animals. You can pet animals, you can watch your character, you can read a book. There's a lot of ways. Antidepressants. Eat good food. Tons of ways to bring your character's happiness up. Most folks just don't. They just stay depressed. Especially if they have a combination of smoker and fear of blood. Once again, I'm not calling anyone out specifically about that stuff. It's just interesting. Do these fit yet? Can I put them in there? Yes, I can. Heck yeah. It's like... Wait. You meant in game. Yeah, I mean in game. If you eat that in real life, kudos, I guess. I don't know what to think, actually. My brain goes, but why, though? You could put it on things, and it melts, and then it tastes better because it's with other things, and, they accent their flavors together, and it's... As opposed to just grabbing a stick of butter, and... It just seems strange. It seems strange, but, I mean, you can do it if you want to, and I'm not stopping anyone. Go ahead. If you enjoy your sticks of butter, may you enjoy. I am continuing to think it's a little strange. But no judgments. You don't even think you have butter in the house? I don't actually know if we have butter here. Did I buy butter? I'd have to go check. I don't remember if I have butter. Deep fried butter recipe. Combines the elements of flour and butter, making it a 6K calorie intake. immediately take you from negative 2200 to max calories. Just gonna leave this here for now because I don't have. And we're already full hunger. All right, let's go. Oh, wrong hand. Well, we're actually almost done with the scythes, thankfully. And then we'll see. Maybe I will make those saws. Good old... flint cleavers. Let's go have a look. I thought that was part of the game. I was very confused. I'm like, I've never heard that zombie noise before. No, it's part of the music. Don't get confused. You can hear the alarms outside. Okay, we'll fill my inventory with axes. Eat breakfast. Well, that's it. That's all of the scythes that we have up here. There's only a handful of scythes down there. Then I can actually convert those other axes, like the heads that fell off, into regular hatchets by reattaching them to a handle. And then we should be able to use those for a little while. But then we're gonna be needing to go back and get some nodules and such because we are out. But at least I think mostly. I'm gonna do a brief BRB to refill my tea and stuff, so I'll be back. Okay, let's carry on.
Okay, let's go.
Raccoon! Did Red ever find out if eating a raccoon is good? I never found out. I don't know how calorically dense are they? You'd figure they're not very calorically dense. I wouldn't want to eat a raccoon. But maybe. Too many. We'll back off. Because it is too many to deal with, as much as I don't want to. There we go. Bit by bit. Oh, we passed 26k. Nice. Nifty. 300 XP. We'll hit level 5 in axes. We're also probably approaching fair amounts to strength 8. Like here. Yeah, we're just under 6k away. Clean up aisle 5. I mean, kinda, right? It'll be fine now. It'll clean up on its own. I don't really need to do very much. Alright, let's keep going. Oh, oops. I pulled too much. That was a whoops. I don't actually know if I can kill that whole group at the moment. Maybe. With axes though? No, probably not. So they're gonna push me off this area. And just wait for my arms to recover a little bit, and then we'll go and take care of the ones that are over by the Riverside Suites. Have ourselves a sleep. Rinse, repeat until eventually we can push past the residential area, and eventually we can get to the Spiffos. Once we're past the Spiffos, we push past the gas station. Once we push past the gas station, I kind of am going to want to go a little bit further because into that other residential area and by the general store and the tavern. Mostly because, or the bar, because of, I'm gonna have to turn on a generator in order to power the gas station, right? And then I'm gonna turn on a generator later to power my actual base when I'm finally based. Currently, I'm not. I just learned about what that word means kind of recently. In context of today, I guess. It's funny the way that words change their meanings over time. Hey, it's quiet. Hi, quiet. How goes the sprinters? Do tell. Did you
You're
live?
amazing.
I hope that you lived. We found a paintbrush and bridged our way into Louisville, and you found half
You're
of a katana. Wait,
amazing.
half of a katana? Like only half of one? You can find half of a katana? That's crazy. Thank you very much for the raid. Do very much appreciate. do my little intro thing. Yes, frogs indeed. I am right now in the process of pushing towards a gas station. As you do in PZ sometimes. But yes, frogs indeed. But yes, I am playing right now the Rat Race, which is a community challenge kind of thing. It's really fun. Okay, let's have a sleep. There's no silence in the night. Yeah. Because they're busy telling other frogs that they are there. Enjoy walking your dog. Be safe. There we go. Chance. If folks are interested in the rat race or, information on it, there. Essentially, what we're going for is we're going for 1,000,000 kills, as well as a perfect character, as well as 13 points of interest around the map. Did you go inside? Yeah, you did. Rude. Ooh, prescription sunglasses. I don't know if I want to wear them right now, though. How many more scythes do I have? 2 plus the 1. Hmm? Yeah. I'm glad that I didn't realize you could find half a katana though. I've only seen them in full. I mean, I've broken them and they can break into pieces, but I've never found them in pieces. So that's kind of interesting if that's how that went down. It was just kind of cool. Either that or Quiet broke one, which is, I mean, that's good too, I'm sure. Katanas are very useful tools. Alright, let's go. Multiple of his survival houses. Okay. Oh, and one had a broken katana. Oh, wow. So they're, like, lootable. Which means maybe they might spawn in zombies, too? Maybe. We are tired. Let's go get a rest then. My arm hurts. Free rat race 42. Nifty. I've seen lots of katanas in 42. Like, I mean, what was it? Our original Apocalypse playthrough, we seen at least several katanas. In this playthrough currently we have one. We have one katana. It's actually over back at the other base. Because I was like, I haven't decided to use it or anything yet. We'll see. We'll use it maybe eventually. Let my arm settle. He found multiple survivor houses. Because of course he did. Yeah, he is quiet after all. Wyatt is very, very much he's got that strimmer luck for sure. He finds all the cool stuff. But it is backed by I'm pretty sure he's playing on 1% sprinters, right? Definitely a fun way to play. At any moment, you could just be dead. That's kind of just how it goes with 1% sprinters. There's those moments where you've got, like... You gotta be extra cautious, because it just could, at any moment, 3 sprinters out of nowhere. Or more, sometimes. Well, there's the backpack. I was curious where it was. It's all the way down there. The rest, recoup. Another 120 or so. We should hit that level 5. I don't remember where the meat cleaver knife is, but it should be fine. Because I think that we'll be able to use broken stuff eventually in our crafting of metal. Maybe? There are new metal recipes. I do want to take a look at them at some point. I did look at them briefly though. The furnace is definitely improved. How many more of these do I have? Just the one. Oh, that's it. This is my last one. And then I've got to go check that other pile. I don't think there's very many left there either. We may actually need to start scrounging a little bit. Go have a look. Oops. What an interesting interaction. Alright, we're about just a little ways off now. I'm gonna go check that axe pile before I continue though. See if we can get some more axes. So I've got 4 and a hatchet, and then some dull heads to use. And then that's it. No more of these, at least for the time being, anyways. Do I need to catch more fish? I mean, it'd be preferable. I'm just gonna do a quick check on this section here. I knew it. feel like that's okay. Go try and catch a fish. I apologize, rats, but I already have 2 pet rats, so... Throw them in there. It is a fish, but whether or not it's an actual, like, good fish is to be decided. You ate my bait, didn't you? Yep. That teeny tiny fish ate my bait. Every time. So far twice, actually, back to back. Tiny fish have eaten my bait. And I can't use them as bait, because I can't cut them up.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. I do anonymous follows so folks can enjoy their lurk, and chill and stuff. If you want to interact with me, you can, feel free. But there's no pressure to do so. Let's get some bait, and then we can go fishing. Ah, bait. Hello again. I do appreciate. Have yourself a good one. Hello. I learned about the rat eggs yesterday, and I'm enjoying all the content. Congrats on your leaderboard score. Oh, thank you. I'm trying my very best. Currently, I'm trying to actually beat my old PB. Is my goal. If I can beat my old personal best, then that's good enough for me. Yes. We're getting dangerously close to... Oh, for real? To being... This being my highest score in build 42. I don't actually remember what my highest score in build 42 is, but it's sub 100k. So... you know, we'll just hit 50k, call that my best for 42, and then go for my PB. So that I can try and beat my personal best. And then from there, you know, shooting for the challenge goal sounds fun. You know, trying to get to the million. Because I would like to be part of the million club. Even if I don't get it first, I don't mind that. It's just a matter of hitting that million. Somebody's got to do it, right? And I hope that more than one of us can. You know. We'll get there, all together. Everybody will. I believe. Maybe not in this particular unstable, but, you know, maybe eventually. Frog. Indeed. I found bait. Quick, use it to catch a fish. It's not a fish. It didn't take my bait though, which is kind of nice. Needs to be big enough to cut up. Nope, too small for slicing, and it probably ate my bait. Look at this. 3 of the smallest fish that have ever been known. Oh, it didn't eat my bait. Hooray. It didn't eat my bait. It's definitely a fish. Definitely a smaller fish. No, I can actually cut that one up. Nice. Okay, I'll be back in the morning. The reason why my character panics when I fast forward while I'm inside is because we have claustrophobia. And it is a weird one. We should be over our most indoor areas at this point. But for some reason, when you fast forward, it increases panic to max. Let's continue to fish because I do need to get my weight up a little bit. We're at 79 and holding, but I'd like to be in the 80s. Ooh. You're not that big. You're medium fish, though, for sure. Yeah. I wonder if I can make, yeah, it's a medium. Oh, it's raining. Okay. Oh, for a second there, I thought I took damage because of the bush. The foliage is lethal now. It's just like rips your clothes apart. You can't die by it anymore via neck laceration, but that doesn't matter. It's still lethal. Huh. Really? Back to back? Maintenance is not kind to me right now. Wow. That was really bad luck. Just back to back. Every scythe broke. That's how maintenance is sometimes, though. Sometimes you've got a weapon that lasts 200 years, and then you've got another time it's it's not. That's how it goes. Okay. Sorry. have no more scythes after this one, so we're gonna need to go make some of those axes happen. I don't have any scythes left. That's it. We're out. Fully out of those scythes. There's a tree over here that I chopped down. There's another tree that sprung up. Really? I shouldn't be surprised. Wait a second, we can't... Oh, you need a flat surface. How's that? Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. I thought I was crafting 5 of them. Not crafting, like, 40 million of them. Hello. That's a cute emote. It's kind of like a pixel frog. Yoink. Sorry, just trying to remember. There is a stone hammer over here. I need that in order to craft these axes together. quickly run upstairs, eat some of that fish, and then we'll go and poke the group. Let's get some recoup. Down this way. Recoup my arm all the way. Then back to it. Clear that group out. Go have a nap. Rinse, repeat. Oh. Or they can come to me. That works too. The reason why they would come to me is because they have 1 hour migration and they seen that this portion of this cell is fairly clear. So okay, let's go. Oh. Shit. I'm dead. That's it. I died. I missed my swing, and I died for it. Just now. Oh, it's okay, guys. It's fine. I'll just start another rat race run. It's okay. I don't mind. It's fine. It happens. Guys, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's a forearm limb bite. That's a sucky way to die, but it happens. There we go. But yeah, it happens. It's okay. There we go. Oh, don't worry about it. Like I said just now, it's fine. Yeah, it's like it's tough. It is really, really tough. I missed just barely, and then I missed my timing. You can go back and see it in a clip if you want. I'm sure somebody's gonna clip it, but and if not, then I'll clip it later. But it's yeah, it happens. It's okay. Not a big deal. We'll just play again. Plus, that was my first one, so that's my first attempt at the Spiffo rat race. So, you know, it is what it is. Does that mean that, yeah, I'm gonna have to grind again? Oh, well, you know, it is what it is. Things will be a lot easier this time, though, because, well, I don't have to forage a million years for twine. So there's not going to be that many issues. Like, there's a lot of things that kind of are going to be better this time than, you know, than last time. But it's okay. We'll just reroll and go again.